where you can serve and build up your competencies to do that. Because I think if you're differentiated, people will always seek you out.
Balance in the startup world is very different than like the typical balance, but it was a learning process for me because I was like grind every single day because that's awesome, that's great. Like that was the norm for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Nancy Liu.
From day one, I think I was always the outsider. I was always out of place. I came to the US as an immigrant. I grew up in Colorado. I grew up in a place where there wasn't a lot of Asians. I was always sort of the only person that looked like me doing something. So I've been oftentimes the youngest person in the room, or the only woman, or a minority in a room. And so for me, it's been an advantage where I'm like, okay, my advantage is I stand out. I'm a little bit different. And so I'm going to make sure I work that much harder to make sure I'm contributing in whatever environment I'm in. Right out of college, I joined the Startup Accelerator. And you're this scrappy college kid where I've always had roommates in college. And when I met my co-founders, it was sort of like, okay, how do we keep costs at a minimum? Well, the first thing was, let's just rent an apartment in Koreatown, which had great food, and the real estate rentals were really, really affordable. So it was like at one point like 5 or 6 of us in this 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment on James M. Wood. And there's no air conditioning. It's brutally hot in the summer, but we're all cranking away. Like, we loved it. And then of course our team grew. And so the natural progression was, all right, we've got the 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. Now let's go and upgrade to the 6-bedroom house in Bel Air, which is what we did. But I have to put a caveat there and say it was probably the cheapest house in Bel Air. We converted the garage into like the design office, and it was so much fun. Like, we had at one point, I think almost like 13 people living and working out of the house. It was wild. It was so fun. A lot of us were all in our 20s, and some of the greatest memories were formed there. It was our first full-time job, was just building our own company. Lots of lessons learned, lots of mistakes made, but definitely a lot of fun, and ultimately we built a very successful company. After we sold that company, we were thinking about what's the next thing we want to do, and we kept coming back to the Blaze concept because it was something our last organization always needed.
Welcome to Blaze.tech, where we are revolutionizing how your team builds web apps and internal tools.
Blaze is a platform that helps teams build web applications, mobile applications, and internal tools 10 times faster than if they were writing any code. It's basically giving you all of the pre-built components for an application without needing to write a single line of code. So oftentimes it'll be directors of engineering or product managers or marketing managers, even non-technical folks that can go build complex, very custom apps without needing to use any engineering resources. Coding is, I think, always going to have, right now in the foreseeable future, a place for that. But a third of our clients, they're actually CTOs, directors of engineering, and they leverage our platform because they can use those engineering resources for something else. And for Blaze, it's great for building internal tools. It's great to just speed up the development. It's great to cut costs. And so I think we work really well with existing engineering teams. They can free up resources, they can build faster, they can focus on some of the other things that already is in the pipeline that they have to build and code for whatever reason. And so I don't think it's necessarily a replacement. I really do think we go hand in hand.
Our AI-driven platform supercharges your team's productivity.
AI is a really big piece of Blaze. So as an example, when you're building a web application, oftentimes you want just some nice data to see what the final product looks like, right? So we incorporate AI across the product, even from, all right, I've set up my application, I've got all the front end, I've got the back end database set up, but I don't have data in it yet. I haven't onboarded, 100, 1,000 users to see what it's going to actually be like. You can use Blaze AI to automatically generate all of that data. So then your app looks really complete. And so when you're pitching an investor or you're demoing it to a client, you've got real looking data. And so that's just one example of how we incorporate AI into the product. One of the best advice I got, and this was back in probably middle school that I heard in an auditorium, somebody said, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And that was really impactful because it made me recognize I can go and have more say and choose what are the people that I want to be around. And I really do believe in this. If you're around great people all the time, you lift each other up. If you're surrounded by lots of negativity, like that's the data you're putting into your brain and feeding your brain, and it's not great. And so I've been very deliberate about that, and it was truly such a great piece of advice, and I'm glad I got it. I would give my younger self the advice to not be afraid to be aggressive and type A. I think when I was younger, definitely felt a little self-conscious about maybe am I being too aggressive or too competitive about something or trying to strive for achieving something that people thought was very silly. Like my co-founders, that we built one of the leading software in the digital signage software industry, and I was just right out of college. I didn't even know what that industry was, and a lot of people are like, give you doubt, and then of course I'm like, oh, am I being too naive in thinking that I can go and achieve this? And I would just tell my younger self, no, absolutely, that's the dream big, be aggressive and have the big dreams because that's what's going to get you there.
How about chicken drumsticks? Just 69 cents a pound. And USDA choice beef shoulder clad steak or roast, just $3.99 a pound. We think it's all of the above. Super King Markets, host of International Fleets.
One thing that I've never really had much success with is trying to match the sun. Knowing that we were in Arrakis, we had a bit of a hunch that if we joined enough vortexes together, we were able to kind of create something that was equivalent to a soft sun, which was game-changing for us.
At some level, I had to realize that it was in God's hands, and thank God I'm here today, but definitely wasn't totally in my control what the outcome looked like. I grew up in a Persian Jewish family where backgammon was a game that my grandfather played, and he taught me at a young age. In my view, kind of represents life as best as any game can, because in backgammon you could literally be way behind, and then all of a sudden one good roll can change everything. And the same, like you could be way ahead, and one good roll can change everything. FabFitFun is really, in a way, my first job. Before it, I was running a digital agency, and the digital agency morphed into what ended up becoming FabFitFun. So it's been one continuous path since then. But before that, I was in law school. But towards the end of my kind of like law school career, I started interning in like the sort of internet space. Working for some folks who run an internet incubator in Los Angeles called Slingshot Labs, and then kind of started to venture out on my own from that, partnering with my brother and a few friends, and eventually morphing what we had initially started as a digital agency into something that became this consumer products brand and shopping club. When you're looking at a business decision and kind of understanding the size of the markets and what the opportunities were, women seemed like a bigger opportunity for this type of initiative, and we saw a hole in the market because there were a couple subscription boxes at the time, and that's what we initially started out. But now we're more of a full-fledged shopping club that started really with sample-sized products, and we thought, why not supersize that experience, give them like the celebrity swag bag where they're getting full size, the full value. Like if you're getting this, sample that you get for free and paying for it, it's not that exciting. But if you're paying for full-size products and paying super low prices because the brands see it as a great opportunity to get the products in front of customers as a sampling opportunity, then you get something where the consumer gets a tremendous amount of value, but the brands also get a tremendous amount of value because they're like, oh, I get to touch this consumer and hopefully they love this product, and it's better than getting a sample because they get to use it over and over again, really see if that works, and then they get to decide whether they want to be a continued member or purchaser of that product in the future. I do think if you really do want to be an entrepreneur, the sooner you start going, the better, because part of what defines success is one, sometimes you have to fail a few times before you get there, but it's your ability to kind of repeatedly take risk and hope that one of those things really works well, and the longer you go without trying, time becomes an issue. If you're starting for the first time when you're 18, you could fail 3-4 times and still be 25, 26, and you have a few more times. But if you're 30 or 35 and you're starting then, the pressure might be a little bit higher. You might have family, you might have other responsibilities. You've been more accustomed to a certain type of lifestyle if you've made a decent amount of money. So all of a sudden, the calculus for taking the risk becomes harder, and also your ability to fail without having huge repercussions on you and those around you becomes slightly different. So I tell my my little cousin, I'm like, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to start your own business, just go start now. Don't worry about school too much. I mean, not that I think there's value in education, so on and so forth, and other things going around you, but really, I think shots on goal is a really important kind of metric. Making our customers as happy as possible is the number one goal for me, because I think everything else stems from that. So if we can continue to create amazing merchandise, make the website super easy to use and friendly and shoppable, convey that message to consumers, because I think a lot of people don't really fully understand necessarily what FabFitFun is. There's still a lot of work in terms of educating people and understanding that it is a shopping club and that you get access to these incredible products at some of the best prices in the world. That message still, I think, needs to be told more so, but it all starts with making customers happy and then working backwards from there. So I think increasingly spending all my time thinking about how do we make these customers really happy, and then I think we solve all the other business challenges. Personally, I was diagnosed with cancer at a very young age, about 4 years ago. Now I'm on my 4th year of remission, and it was in the middle of the height of my career as well. And so it was a life challenge, I would call it, that impacted me, obviously personally the most, but also professionally. I had to step away for about a year. And that was a very, very, very difficult and trying time, but I think I learned a lot from that experience. And, I don't want to say I'm grateful for it, but even with things that are tremendously difficult or bad, some good comes out of it. And, the learning lessons from that experience are things that I think have helped me as a person today. And, I try to always keep those lessons in mind. Sometimes you forget, but that would be the one thing where I'd say oh, that was a really challenging thing that I had to learn a lot from, and develop patience. And it's just as I said, you can't control outcomes in life like you can't in backgammon. Sometimes I find the most meaning in like my friendships and my relationships and the family environment. Sometimes I get a lot of meaning out of work. Like I feel excited and motivated, and it's challenging and it's intellectual. I think I don't always look to one thing to give me the full purpose or meaning for my life in that moment. I think different things serve different purposes, and sometimes it might just be like, hey, like, get a lot of meaning out of just being super active and going and exercising, and like that's the thing that I'm focused on in that moment, and that's what gives me a lot of joy.
Believe in yourself, don't give up, and don't take no as an answer. I wake up in the morning and I have my routine. I have first an espresso. Then, of course, I reach my phone, I check my emails and my Instagram and TikTok. You are asking me if I had moments where I doubt myself or my dream, or of course, so many days I will go home and I will think, I can't do this anymore. This is too difficult. I'm gonna give up. I will go to sleep, and in the morning, I will be reborn and start all over again. Never gave up. Try to become the best in what you do. Master your craft. I master mine. I became the best eyebrow shaper in the world, so that was very important. Then surround yourself with people that are really smart. You can learn from them. That's very important. Who you want to surround yourself with. You want to become them. You ask always for advice. And another important piece of advice that I could give: don't be afraid to say that you don't know and ask for help. People will help you. The way I celebrate is working even harder. Like, I think I work right now harder than I worked before. I work like I can pay my rent next month. You know why? Because I love it. The reason why I was able to do this for so many years is because I love what I do. I love customers. I love to create products. And here, walk in a room and somebody will tell me, after I introduce myself, oh my God, I use your eyebrow products. It's the best feeling that you could have.
Today, Black and Hispanic populations face higher obesity rates, which can lead to a higher prevalence of related conditions such as type 2 diabetes. We've got to work together to change those statistics.
For me, Mother Earth and femininity is a huge creative force, as well as chaos. I think some of our best ideas and best inspiration, for better or for worse, comes out of a little bit of chaos. I constantly need to remind ourselves and our team, why does this object exist? And I often say, if someone looks at a Cult Gaia piece and says, oh, okay, now the season's over, I'm ready to give this away, then it's not Cult Gaia. It should be something that she wants her daughter to kind of discover in her closet years and years later. And when it comes to our bags or jewelry or anything else that's not ready to wear, I want you to be able to put it on your shelf or put it on your coffee table and it to look like a sculpture or a piece of art. I always say I'm still chasing the feeling of the first Daily Candy article that I got, but luckily I think being around people who are super empowering and proud helps me take a step back, and when I get a minute I look back and I'm like, okay, we're doing it right. It looks good. When I wake up I check my phone. I go to sleep with sleep mode, so I'm not bothered. I have King's Road coffee every morning. It's my propane. It's the secret to my success. They need to sponsor me by now. I always say, whatever you have an idea about, just do it and don't think of what it's going to be in the end. Focus on what are the first steps you're going to take to achieve that. And you're never going to have more time than you have now. You will only get busier, at least that's my experience. And sometimes thinking so much about what the end goal is paralyzing, and just putting one step or one task in front of the other to get there is really, I think, the only way to not be paralyzed.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Here are the business headlines from the Los Angeles Times. Layoffs are hitting the tech industry, and this time it's HP Inc. cutting up to 2,000 jobs. Queenie Wong reports that the company is trying to slash costs as it shifts more focus to artificial intelligence. This is part of HP's bigger restructuring plan to cut 7,000 jobs over 3 years. The company says these layoffs will help save nearly $2 billion from fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2025. HP isn't alone, though. Autodesk is cutting over 1,300 jobs. Meta recently laid off 3,600 workers, and even Google made cuts last week. All of this comes as tech companies brace for economic uncertainty, geopolitical shifts, and possible new tariffs. Kroger's longtime CEO, Rodney McMullen, has resigned after an internal investigation into his personal conduct. Michelle Chapman reports that while not business-related, his actions violated the company's ethics policy. Board member and former CEO of Staples, Ronald Sargent, will serve as interim CEO and chairman until a permanent replacement is found. McMullen started as a part-time stock clerk in 1978 and spent decades climbing the ranks. He led the company through major expansions, but recently faced a huge setback, the failed $24.6 billion merger with Albertsons. Now, Kroger is at a crossroads, and stocks have dropped more than 3.5% after the announcement. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more.
Careful.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An AD who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for me?
It needs a little bit of work, but
No.
I forgot your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. I'm Christopher Goffard. In 1991, Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Marcia Clark was preparing to prosecute a man for the murder of a young actress he had become obsessed with. There was no doubt that he had done it. He gave a detailed confession to a psychiatrist explaining how he confronted the victim at her home in West Hollywood.
In the middle of the tape, as he's talking about what happened at the door, something bothered me about his physical gestures.
Clark studied the man's confession, taking notes.
And I thought, something's weird here. And I kept stopping and replaying and stopping and replaying. And then I realized what it was.
I've been covering crime and the justice system for most of my career. My prior podcasts have explored cases that had not been well known: Dirty John, Detective Trapp, and the trials of Frank Carson. What we're doing here is a little different. We're looking at older criminal cases in Los Angeles and beyond. The tape showed that he'd been planning the murder before she had supposedly acted dismissively toward him, before there was anything he could call provocation. And he had come from Tucson with a gun.
I should also add that just before he went to Rebecca's door for the last time, he called his sister back in Tucson and said, "You're going to hear something about me. Something big is going to happen." She didn't know what he was referring to. She told him, "Come home, just come home. Don't do anything. Come home." So he had already decided what he was going to do. It was very clear.
At the trial, Bardo's defense attorney portrayed him as a victim of mental illness and parental neglect. The psychiatrist for the defense, Park Dietz, testified that Bardo was, quote, a sick young man who suffered from schizophrenia and wanted to be famous. A movie star, writer, or musician, maybe all of them, Dietz recalled him saying. Bardo's high school counselor read excerpts of letters that Bardo had written in his mid-teens saying, "The people at school did a good job of stopping me from killing myself. They made a mistake because they saved the devil. Now the devil must kill. I'm going to be the next Hitler." Robert Bardo had waived a jury trial, so his public defender was making the argument directly to a judge whose name was Dino Fulgoni. The defense attorney played a song for the court that he said had triggered Bardo. It was called Exit from the U2 album The Joshua Tree. It's about the mind of a homicidal man, and it had the lyric, quote, "The pistol weighed heavy."
He played it very loud in the courtroom to show the judge, basically to show his mental disorder. And he began rocking back and forth vigorously in time to the music and was deep into it, very deep into it. And, one could surmise that it was an act, but I didn't. I thought he really is somehow triggered by this song, by this music. And the point to be made here is that no one's saying that he is perfectly rational and perfectly mentally healthy. No one's saying that. There is certainly something wrong with him. The question is whether the mental state that he was in precluded him from understanding the nature and quality of his act. Did he understand that what he was doing was luring Rebecca out into a vulnerable position so he could kill her? Yes, he certainly did know that. He certainly understood that, and everything he wrote and everything he did showed a very clear awareness of that. But that is not to say that he's completely mentally healthy. He clearly is not. I understood why the defense wanted to show that behavior, but that behavior doesn't show that he doesn't know what he's doing. And that is the legal borderline for what is at issue here.
Clark argued that Bardo killed Schaefer for fame, and that when he gunned the actress down, he had not been under the influence of any command delusions, such as voices ordering him to kill.
One thing you mentioned when you were making your case to the judge is that Robert Bardo wanted to be famous for killing Rebecca Schaefer. Now, how do you reconcile that with the other motive that he had, which is punishing a person who he thought had somehow, in his delusions, betrayed him. Are those necessarily incompatible motives, or do they go together in your mind?
I think they go together. I don't think they're incompatible at all. But I do think the primary motive has always been to achieve some form of importance and fame by attaching to a celebrity who has it all. They establish a connection that makes them feel big and makes them feel important and famous, and then capitalize on that by committing some heinous act against the celebrity, because then their name will always be associated with that celebrity. You will think of Rebecca Schaeffer, and then you will immediately think of Bardo, which is why I tried to use his name as little as possible to prevent that link, but there's no really preventing it.
Ultimately, the judge agreed that Schaeffer's killer had lain in wait, that he may have had schizophrenia, but his condition did not preclude premeditation. The judge sentenced Bardo to life without the possibility of parole. In 2007, at Mule Creek State Prison, another inmate stabbed him 11 times. He survived. Robert Bardo is now 54, and he's in a cell at Avenal State Prison. He is attempting to refashion himself as a helpful expert in the psychological derangements he came to embody. From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. To read more about these cases, check out Crimes of the Times at latimes.com. We also have a link to our video episodes in the show notes. This episode was written and reported by me, your host, Christopher Goffard. From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. I'm Christopher Goffard. In 1991, Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Marcia Clark was preparing to prosecute a man for the murder of a young actress he had become obsessed with. There was no doubt that he had done it. He gave a detailed confession to a psychiatrist explaining how he confronted the victim at her home in West Hollywood.
In the middle of the tape, as he's talking about what happened at the door, something bothered me about his physical gestures.
Clark studied the man's confession, taking notes.
And I thought, something's weird here. And I kept stopping and replaying and stopping and replaying. And then I realized what it was.
I've been covering crime and the justice system for most of my career. My prior podcasts have explored cases that had not been well known: Dirty John, Detective Trapp, and the trials of Frank Carson. What we're doing here is a little different. We're looking at older criminal cases in Los Angeles and beyond. In early 2024, he wrote to Joseph DeLue, a Laguna Hills private investigator and threat assessment expert he saw on a TMZ special called Obsessed and Dangerous. It was about Hollywood stalkers. I asked DeLue to read me Bardo's letter. It has a boastful tone and is full of personal grievances and therapeutic platitudes.
I am in prison for an infamous, notorious case involving Hollywood. I wish to, with your permission, consent to correspond with you on this issue of stalking behavior, to offer my insights the best I can I had tried contacting the LAPD Threat Management Unit, and they did not respond, even though I am the reason they exist. A stalker is like an asteroid on its way to Earth. Your efforts are like the little gravity nudge that safely changes its trajectory way before impact. Any way I can assist you, I would like to give it a try. Many stalkers latch on to their delusions the way Linus clings to his comfort security blanket in the Peanuts comics. It is their maladaptive coping skill to their lives. It is frightening.
DeLue told me that he consulted with a forensic psychologist and the two are making arrangements to visit Bardo in the hope that it might be useful.
We don't want to make him a celebrity, but if he's sincere about, hey, look, this is what I was going through, and he really wants to put forth his thoughts, his efforts, what he learned, we're interested in that. I am interested in that.
Marcia Clark now represents indigent clients on criminal appeals. She looks back on the Rebecca Schaefer case and thinks about how naive people were about stalking in 1989. She includes herself. In that year, the stalking phenomenon was grasped only dimly.
I think a lot of things would happen today that wouldn't happen back then because no one knew.
Schaefer's murder was Clark's first major case, and in ways it had a far greater impact than the one she would lose a few years later against O.J. Simpson's so-called Dream Team.
Can you talk about the long tail of this case, the ramifications of this case?
Well, in the immediate aftermath, LAPD set up a stalking unit. Laws were enacted to punish a degree of stalking that would stop them at the beginning and not wait until harm was actually done. Prior to that case, police almost had their hands tied because there was no particular crime per se in just sitting outside someone's house or outside their work, even sending them letters if they weren't threatening.
Changes came with stunning swiftness. Schaefer's killing led California legislators to pass the nation's first laws that made stalking a crime. This inspired similar laws across the country and the world. The case also drove the LAPD to launch a threat assessment unit. This fueled the rapid growth of the private threat assessment industry, which is now enormous. From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. To read more about these cases, check out Crimes of the Times at latimes.com. We also have a link to our video episodes in the show notes. This episode was written and reported by me, your host, Christopher Goffard. From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. I'm Christopher Goffard. In 1991, Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Marcia Clark was preparing to prosecute a man for the murder of a young actress he had become obsessed with. There was no doubt that he had done it. He gave a detailed confession to a psychiatrist explaining how he confronted the victim at her home in West Hollywood.
In the middle of the tape, as he's talking about what happened at the door, something bothered me about his physical gestures.
Clark studied the man's confession, taking notes.
And I thought, something's weird here. And I kept stopping and replaying and stopping and replaying. And then I realized what it was.
I've been covering crime and the justice system for most of my career. My prior podcasts have explored cases that had not been well known: Dirty John, Detective Trapp, and the trials of Frank Carson. What we're doing here is a little different. We're looking at older criminal cases in Los Angeles and beyond. Changes came with stunning swiftness. Schaefer's killing led California legislators to pass the nation's first laws that made stalking a crime. This inspired similar laws across the country and the world. The case also drove the LAPD to launch a threat assessment unit. This fueled the rapid growth of the private threat assessment industry, which is now enormous.
Stalking laws were enacted, units were formed in police departments, new statutes were enacted in order to try and protect people from stalkers. And that's ongoing today. It's always been the case that we would be able to prosecute someone after the harm had been committed, but we want to be able to get to them before that person is shot at or killed or hurt in some way.
Do you think that those laws are able to keep pace with the tech scene and the incredible number of ways that stalkers are able to pursue people now? For example, one of the things that came out of this case was the DMV was a lot tougher about the information they'd release, and that was considered a big victory for privacy at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that now is almost totally irrelevant, given that with the click of the button, you can find just about anybody's address.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very poignant question, because at the time it was a big deal. DMV shut down. They didn't let private investigators pay for the information. That was the funnel through which so many people got information on where others lived. But then, of course, with the internet and now all the search engines and the ability that people have to hack, even if they can't find it through legal means, is huge. And so if somebody wants to find you, really wants to find you, they're going to.
In terms of the naivete of everyone involved, you said that was what struck you about the case. When Barda goes to the studio, the guard thinks it's a lovesick fan, right? Do you think that that would evoke a whole different response today if such a guy were to come to the studio?
You bet. I think it would absolutely. They would get his name and phone number and address and track him and run him and call the cops. I think a lot of things would happen today that wouldn't happen back then because no one knew. There would be a completely different response if someone showed up the way Bardo did at the Warner Brothers Ranch. So there's an awareness now.
I asked Clark about the letter that Bardo wrote to the private investigator offering to be interviewed.
I think it is a plea for attention, obviously. I think he's still seeking publicity for himself. He wants to be famous still. He's obviously studied himself a great deal, or has studied the field anyway. I think it's worthwhile for a mental health expert to talk to him. They know better than to accept everything he says as gospel in terms of his own self-analysis. But I can see where they could learn a great deal about the way he says things, what he chooses to say, what he chooses to emphasize and not. There are all kinds of bits of information, I think, that can be gathered that could be very helpful. I think the harm would be as they then give him the attention and publicity he's seeking. I think that would be bad. And because I don't want to see other stalkers feel empowered by knowing, oh, see, he got famous. Look, he went to prison for the rest of his life, but he's still getting so much attention. This is one of the most heartbreaking cases that you can possibly have, where the victim couldn't be more innocent. And in my time investigating the case and talking to people who knew her, there was not one harsh word to be said. She was just the nicest, most delightful, lovely person. And it's a very painful loss and a senseless one.
From LA Times Studios, this is Crimes of the Times. To read more about these cases, check out Crimes of the Times at latimes.com. We also have a link to our video episodes in the show notes. This episode was written and reported by me, your host, Christopher Goffard.
careful.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An AD who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for me?
It needs a little bit of work, but...
No.
I forgot. Your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Here are the top headlines from the Los Angeles Times. President Trump returns to the House chamber tonight with a message that will sound very different from his first address 8 years ago. Reporters Michael Wilner and Faith Pino say that instead of calling for unity, Trump is expected to focus on expanding executive power. In just 6 weeks, he's signed 76 executive orders, a powerful tool for his administration, even if many may never be implemented. Democratic leaders are taking different approaches to the speech. Some are skipping it entirely, while others, like California Senators Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff, are bringing guests to protest his policies. House Speaker Mike Johnson calls the event a triumphant return and expects fireworks from the speech. The address starts at 6 p.m. Pacific time, followed by a Democratic response from Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin. Pacific Palisades could be the site of new affordable housing units, but not everyone's thrilled at that idea. Liam Dillon reports on how the owner of a burned Shell gas station wants to build the neighborhood's tallest apartment building, with plans to include some low-income units. Owner Justin Kowanoff envisions a Cape Cod-style building with as many as 100 apartment units. The fires destroyed over 1,300 multifamily units, and some in the community are fighting against the idea of more affordable housing. With the cost of living in the Palisades sky high, there's a major lack of rental options for middle and lower income residents. That's all for now. I'm Angelica Coronado. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more, and we'll see you next time.
Nila? Hi! This is the photo my husband found when he was cleaning our backyard. Amazing. So we just wanted to make sure it landed in the right place.
Claire Schwartz is an Altadena resident who's been taking in photos from all sorts of different people in Altadena, photos that were lost in the Eaton fire, either that blew away when homes burned down or that got lost as people were evacuating and trying to take some of their important keepsakes like family photo albums.
I actually know who this belongs to.
Really?
Yeah. I've already found about like 20 of her photos.
Really?
When she was evacuating, her trunk popped open on Washington and all of her photos got blown away. She lost thousands of photos when she was evacuating. But yes, this is her mom.
Okay.
She'll be really happy to have this back.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, we were treasuring it for her.
Oh, good.
We know more than one person whose home burnt down, obviously, and hearing that people didn't take their photo albums is just making me so sad.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your house you can rebuild,
Yeah.
but your memories,
Can't get photos
you
back.
can't get them back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Claire has long had a hobby where she collects old photos and tries to reunite them with their owners. She goes to the Pasadena flea market where she buys photos and then does detective work to try to figure out who they once belonged to. So after the Eaton fire happened, she's from Altadena, and while she didn't lose her home, she was displaced by the fire. She decided to help her community by turning her hobby and her passion into something that could help people, and has been collecting photos that people are finding all over the city, miles and miles away from the Eaton fire. She's cleaning them, archiving them, and then posting them on social media, as well as on a website called Eaton Fire Found Photos. And she's just asking people to comment if the photos belong to them or if they recognize anyone in the photos. And the real goal is to get the photos back to their rightful owners. I mean, it's such an odd assortment of photos that she has on her site and such different people in Altadena, and it is really reflective of the diversity of the community, and it's just fascinating to see all these different lives coming together on this Instagram because of the fires. We're heading to a golf course in Altadena where Claire told us that she's been informed that there were a bunch of photos lying around, and see if we can find any more photos that she can try to reunite with people who lost them during the fires.
Yeah, clearly a bunch of stuff flew over here. I think that's an advertisement for a, oh no, it's a yearbook. I'll grab that. But what I'm seeing here is a lot of book pages, so I suspect this is somebody's library that got carried this way.
In the aftermath of the fires, there are so many compelling stories, and people have lost so much financially. People have lost their homes. People have lost loved ones. Photos are a smaller piece, but they're such an important and emotional thing that belong to people, especially old family photos that can't be replaced and haven't been scanned. So you really see when she returns these to people the emotional value that it holds for them. And in that sense, it's a small but very important part of this fire cleanup process.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An AD who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for me?
It needs a little bit of work, but...
No.
I forgot. Your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
We all saw it, the ugly exchange between President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, which has upended U.S. policy, European politics, and has also thrilled Russia. As European leaders scramble, President Donald Trump will address Congress tomorrow night, and the world will be watching. LA Times political reporter Faith Pinu joined us now. Faith, it is so good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Before we look forward to tomorrow night, let's talk about last Friday, because you were, as they say in the musical Hamilton, in the room where it happened. What was that like?
Yeah, I had that song playing in my head all day afterwards. It was really a tense encounter in that room. The Oval Office is quite a cramped space when you push in about 30 reporters and several heads of state into this office. And all of us reporters were just hanging back, kind of aghast at the scene that was unfolding before us. As it became effectively a shouting match between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
To have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks. It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
And what had started as a fairly cordial meeting for about 30, 40 minutes really took a turn and became quite ugly. And as you said, it's completely upended the U.S. relations across Europe.
Yeah, you have been covering it for the last couple of days, this fallout in Europe, right?
Yeah, we've really seen a lot of the U.S.'s typical European allies scramble to Ukraine's side to support the president as he returned from the U.S. He left the U.S. earlier than expected. He was supposed to have a press conference and a lunch with the president on Friday, but he departed the White House just minutes after that meeting turned really sour and headed to Europe, where he was greeted by, the U.K. and France and all these other countries that really rushed to his side to try to figure out how to move forward without relying on the U.S. as their staunch defensive ally in the region. And, it's still unclear exactly what's going to happen with U.S. aid to Ukraine, but this is something that they're trying to figure out how to self-sustain.
Here at home, there's been some Republican pushback, but not much. In fact, if you go on sort of right-wing message boards and media sites, they're criticizing Zelensky's attire, even though Elon Musk was in the Oval Office wearing a T-shirt and baseball cap. There is not a lot of political pushback.
Yeah, people that we would expect to see from the Republican Party rushing to the side of Ukraine have pretty surprisingly turned their backs. Just minutes after Zelensky left the White House, Senator Lindsey Graham was there for a TV interview, and he stopped to talk to some of us reporters. And he said that there should be another president in charge of Ukraine. He called for replacing Zelensky, which is just a remarkable departure for someone who has always stood for Ukraine in Congress. And we saw that across the board. As you said, very few Republican voices have said that this was a sad day for Ukraine and that this has upended foreign policy. But for the most part, the Republican Party is falling in line behind its leader, President Trump.
Tomorrow night, President Trump will address a joint session of Congress. We expect that will come up, but we also expect tariffs to come up, because there's a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada that is to take effect if it goes on as scheduled at midnight tonight.
That's right. These are the tariffs that were supposed to go into effect about a month ago. President Trump announced very shortly after he took office that he was going to implement these 25% tariffs, which is a pretty remarkably high tax on our closest neighbors, Canada and Mexico. Both of those countries were able to fend off the tariffs for a month. President Trump had said that they will come tomorrow, but just as it happened last month, they were pushed off at the last minute, and we could see that happen again today.
He is also, President Trump, expected to highlight some of his other accomplishments. Look, border crossings are down. Traffic at the border is really plummeted since he took office. But there are other more controversial policies that are still in flux. The Middle East, the peace deal doesn't seem to stick, and all of these DOGE layoffs, firings, buyouts that are taking effect and putting federal workers across the country out of work.
Absolutely. There has been a lot going on in the last 6 weeks since President Trump took office. Immigration was obviously one of his highest priorities since being elected president, and was a big issue for many of his supporters as well. And like you said, border crossings are down. However, the administration hasn't quite come through yet on its promise to do these mass deportation efforts. Very early numbers that have come out have shown that deportations are actually down slightly under the Biden administration. But of course, it's really early to tell because you're comparing, 1 month in office versus years. So that's still to be borne out, and we can expect to see him talk a lot about that. Also, what's going on, in the Middle East, as you said, I mean, this ceasefire that was struck between Israel and Gaza remains really tenuous, and the U.S. is throwing its support behind Israel. And while the federal mass firings have proven to be very unpopular among Democrats, it still remains to be seen how this is going to play out among Republicans. Republicans respond very well to ideas of rooting out fraud and abuse in the federal government and really downsizing the government. This was part of Trump's message his first term, was to drain the swamp. But it's just starting, and we're just starting to see these impacts of how these federal firings are affecting people's day-to-day lives.
And people will also be looking to hear about the budget, a possible government shutdown, and of course, price of eggs. Faith Pinu is covering D.C. for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I'm Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Here are the top headlines from the Los Angeles Times. President Trump returns to the House chamber tonight with a message that will sound very different from his first address 8 years ago. Reporters Michael Wilner and Faith Pino say that instead of calling for unity, Trump is expected to focus on expanding executive power. In just 6 weeks, he's signed 76 executive orders, a powerful tool for his administration, even if many may never be implemented. Democratic leaders are taking different approaches to the speech. Some are skipping it entirely, while others, like California Senators Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff, are bringing guests to protest his policies. House Speaker Mike Johnson calls the event a triumphant return and expects fireworks from the speech. The address starts at 6 p.m. Pacific time, followed by a Democratic response from Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin. Pacific Palisades could be the site of new affordable housing units, but not everyone's thrilled at that idea. Liam Dillon reports on how the owner of a burned Shell gas station wants to build the neighborhood's tallest apartment building, with plans to include some low-income units. Owner Justin Kohanoff envisions a Cape Cod-style building with as many as 100 apartment units. The fires destroyed over 1,300 multifamily units, and some in the community are fighting against the idea of more affordable housing. With the cost of living in the Palisades sky high, there's a major lack of rental options for middle and lower income residents. That's all for now. I'm Angelica Coronado. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more, and we'll see you next time.
Right here with you is where I wanna be. I'm Dakota Fanning, and this is the LA Times Envelope Roundtable.
What do you guys make of the whole sensation? Did you do? It was so fun.
How are you with quantum mechanics?
Welcome to another episode of the Envelope Podcast.
And I'm here today with Nava Mao.
True Detective Night Country is maybe your biggest, most high-profile project.
That element of fashion, of just something new in the Wheel of Time Season 2, so go for it.
And that'll do it for this week's episode of The Envelope.
Whether it's a red or a white, popping the cork on a bottle of wine could get more expensive if it's not made in the USA. President Donald Trump's promised tariffs on foreign imports will likely give sommeliers and even casual wine drinkers some serious heartburn. Patrick Comiskey covers the wine industry and joined us. Hey, Patrick, you must have the best job in the world, I have to say. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. You were recently about 500 winemakers and restaurateurs gathering via Zoom to talk about their nightmare ahead, which is a potential spike in the price of our spirits. What was that meeting about?
That's correct. Right after the election, there was a U.S. Wine Trade Association established a meeting, and they were expecting a good turnout. They didn't expect 500 people to turn out at this meeting to learn as much as they could about what they can do to fend off tariffs for the wine industry and spirits industry. Imported goods will include wine and spirits and beer and what have you from Europe, from Australia, from South America and South Africa. And these will amount to 20% tariffs on the import fees of these products. And they're doing what they can to keep that from happening or fend it off as long as possible.
Tariffs are taxes, and the makers of these products don't go, oh, I'll just eat that extra cost. No. It's passed on to the consumer, right?
That's correct. Not only that, the tariff actually takes place at the port of entry. It doesn't affect the countries in Europe or elsewhere who are being taxed. All of those taxes end up in the cost of the product itself.
And we're talking about an industry that was already under pressure.
Indeed. The wine industry and the spirits industry in general have been in a slump since the pandemic. The pandemic was a boon time for the wine and spirits industry. But ever since that time, there have been a whole host of things that have affected sales. One of them is inflation. One of them is a kind of new abstinence or what they're calling a neo-prohibition movement among young people, and young people in general have so many more things that they can drink, and wine is not as interesting to them. It's certainly more expensive than something as simple as High Noon or White Claw or these alcohol delivery systems that really don't have a lot of complexity or appeal.
So where restaurateurs and, of course, wine sellers made their profits, those profit margins have shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. But they still have to have it. Like, you can't go to a restaurant and not be offered, a French wine if you're in a French restaurant. And the problem, you write, is this particular kind of product, it's not fungible. They're not exchangeable.
That's very true. I mean, I don't know about you, but I love French wine. I love French Cabernet. I love French Syrah. But having a California Cabernet or a California Syrah as a replacement for what is inimitably French or imminently coming from a particular place in France or Italy or what have you, they're just not the same. And anyone who loves wine loves the diversity of wine. So having just one option when you could have five is really not an option at all, is it?
Yeah, Trump just keeps saying, buy American, and people are like, champagne didn't come from America, so that's a no-go. Before I let you go, some are hoping, fingers crossed, with their bottle of booze sitting next to them waiting for good news, that this is just all a negotiating tactic, that Trump is just using this to scare other countries into cooperating with him on other issues. What do you think is going to happen, and what does the industry do next? Literally, just sit there and wait?
One of the things we've learned about Trump is that he really doesn't do a lot of bluffing, that he tends to want to follow through with all of the things that he threatens upon the U.S. populace. Now, one of the things that that the trade alliance and other people are trying to impress upon politicians is a couple of things. First of all, every politician, every government representative, congressman, and senator has a hometown, and the hometowns are filled with restaurants that are vital to their communities. So this is going to affect the health of the restaurant industry in their hometowns. One of the things that these tariffs will affect is the health of the distribution system across the whole country. Now, most distribution companies that distribute wine and spirits distribute both domestic and imported wines. And if you're affecting the sales of imported wines, that means you're affecting the distribution company itself, and they become less stable.
Patrick Kaminsky is a food and wine writer contributing to the Times. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An AD who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for
It
me?
needs a little bit of work, but
No.
I forgot your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
Conan O'Brien hosting the Academy Awards last night, bringing an eventful award season to a close. The show has been getting generally good reviews. It featured show-stopping musical performances, surprise wins,
I grew up in Los Angeles, but Hollywood always felt so far away from me.
and a few new Oscar records.
Long live independent film. Yeah.
LA Times Awards columnist Glenn Whipp is here to break it down. Glenn, I'm sure you're tired. Thanks for coming in. What did you think about the show and the Conan of it all?
I mean, I enjoyed the show. It was 3 hours and 45 minutes long, but didn't feel that way, right? I mean, it kind of like, except for Adrian Brody's speech, that was kind of long.
I will wrap up. Please turn the music off. I've done this before. Thank you.
Which is like the longest speech in Oscar history, literally. But I thought Conan was great. He had that one segment like, we're not wasting time, we're not wasting time, but it was fun. And I thought the show, I would like to see Conan be like Billy Crystal, this generation's Billy Crystal. Bring him back.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job.
Yeah.
And he poked fun, but it was gentle fun at the audience. Let's talk about the awards. Supporting actor, actress. Let's start there. What'd you think?
I mean, Zoe Saldana, Kieran Culkin have won probably like several thousand awards up until the Oscars. So if they had lost, it would have been shocking. They won, and yeah, I mean, we all knew that was going to happen. No surprises there.
I am a proud child of immigrant parents with dreams and dignity and hardworking hands.
She was a record breaker, though, because she was the first actor of Dominican heritage, right?
Right, yeah. So that was, I mean, that's cool.
Let's talk about Best Actress. I think a lot of people thought that Demi Moore was going to win because, like Culkin and Saldana, she had won so many things leading up in the weeks before.
Yeah, she'd won Screen Actors Guild, so everybody kind of thought it's her time. She was great in this movie.
I'm fine.
What a comeback. She hadn't had a role this good in so many years. But, you know, as the night was going on and Honora was winning almost everything it was nominated for, once they got to actress, I was like, uh-oh.
What about Best Actor?
That came down to Adrian Brody or Timothée Chalamet. They just don't give it to young actors. I mean, Brody still holds the record for being the youngest actor to win Best Actor. He was 29 then. Chalamet would have broken that record. He was just a few months younger than Brody was. But again, it's really weird, the divide between actor and actress. They have no problem giving it to a young woman.
I was about to say,
a lot more problem giving it to a young man.
Well, let's stick with this Honora conversation because the next category I was going to ask you about, director and Best Picture, Honora.
Yeah, I mean, when Sean Baker won for film editing, then it was like, okay, it's going to be Honora's night.
I saved this film in the edit, trust me. That director should never work again.
He won Oscars for film editing, director, writing the screenplay, and then producing the film. 4 Oscars, one night, tying Walt Disney's record for most Oscars in a single ceremony.
Yeah, but Disney had 4 movies up. He had 1, right?
Yeah.
So it really is extraordinary. And I have to wonder, though, you know, a few years ago when Cheryl Byrne-Isaacs was president of the Academy, she made a big push to open up the membership because it was older and whiter, than the movie-going public or the industry at large. And a lot of international voters joined, a lot of younger voters joined. And so do you think that bigger percentage of younger and international voters had something to do with the Nora getting Best Picture? Because I can't imagine a movie about a sex worker would have gotten it 15 years ago.
Sure. I think you're seeing a different Academy. Even like a couple of years ago when Everything Everywhere All at Once won. That was kind of a little bit of a bonkers movie for Best Picture. Now with Nora. Last year we had Oppenheimer, which was more of a traditional film. But by and large, Hollywood studios have stopped making these types of prestige pictures. So it's kind of fallen more for the indie realm.
Before I let you go and talk about emotional highlights, I'm just going to say right off the bat, Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande.
Just you and I.
But what else did you hear? What made you tinkle?
I think they need to bring Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande back because there's a sequel coming out later this year. So
what about Culkin telling his wife that it's time to have a couple more kids because, as promised, he won her an Oscar?
Right, and now he's in Glengarry Glen Ross. That's going to be opening on Broadway. Maybe he'll win a Tony for that. And I hope she doesn't make any more promises.
Glenn Whip writes about film for the LA Times. Thank you so much.
Always good to see you.
On this day in history, March 4th, 2005, billionaire lifestyle mogul Martha Stewart is released from prison after serving a 5-month sentence for lying to federal investigators over a share trade. In March of 2004, Stewart was convicted of conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and making false statements. The charges stem from a December 21, 2001 trade, when Stewart sold about 4,000 shares of M-Clone Systems, a company run by her friend Sam Waxall. It develops cancer therapy drugs. The next day, the company's stock tanked after it was revealed that M-Clone's newest cancer drug, Erbitux, had been rejected by the FDA. In September 2002, the Department of Justice began investigating Stewart for insider trading. At trial, Stewart was sentenced to 5 months in prison, 5 months of house arrest, and 2 years of probation. During her house arrest, Stewart was forced to wear an ankle bracelet and was only able to leave her home to go to work. Upon her release, Stewart released a statement which read in part, "The experience of the last 5 months in Alderson has been life-altering and life-affirming."
So all this aftermath stuff, it's going to be there. What we need to do right now is get to the active flame. And it looks like the Aldi market is going up, or it's still smoldering. Wow, it's unusual to see, very unusual to see big businesses go up. This is what happened in the Paradise Fire. My name is Gina Ferrazzi. I'm a photojournalist for the Los Angeles Times. These flames are getting pretty good. I'm just wondering, I guess they're totally out of water because I don't see anybody putting water on anything. I've done so many wildfires, you know, won the Pulitzer for the wildfire in 2004. These things never get easy. They're always hard to cover because of the heartbreak. We're one of the only states, maybe the only one, where the media is allowed access past roadblocks. And this is how we're able to cover these fires. As you see, I'm dressed in full Nomax and goggles and boots. And the firefighters don't have to worry about us. So we try to stay out of their way. I park my car away from, you know, wind gusts or burning embers and away from fire trucks. So we work together. They're pretty good with us, so it's a good thing to have this media law that allows us to cover events like this. I wish they didn't happen so often and weren't so devastating.
Perfect. Looking good over here, guys. You guys keeping an eye on it for me?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Keeping an eye on it. How we doing, boys?
We came upon one apartment building fully engulfed that firefighters were trying to put out. But this is just, this is still raw. The homes are still smoldering, so we're getting our first look at what happened. And it just seems like home after home is gone here on Lake House. When there's a major wind event, there's going to be fires, whether it's an arsonist or by accident. And, because it's so dry here, if we had the rain that, Oregon gets or anything in the Northeast, we'd probably be fine. But without the rain, and, even in Santa Ana's, the wind comes off the hills, and, fires are hard to fight. People in your shot. I mean, it's better to have people in your photos, firefighters or people evacuating, but when everybody's already evacuated and the home's engulfed in flames, there's nothing they can do but try to keep it from advancing, which is what they were doing a minute ago. This home is completely engulfed in flames, but there's a house next to it, and they're trying to save it. So that's pretty much all they can do. At night, you're going to get a lot of silhouetted shots. So you want to try to find a moment where you can get a light on somebody's face, natural light. I was trying to get something different tonight. I saw this firefighter walking in front of a burning home, and he was checking an adjacent yard for a flare-up. And I had put on a longer lens, hoping I could isolate him with the burning embers flying around him, and I think it worked out. Yeah, okay, I think we got it.
Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Let's take a look at today's top entertainment stories. Hollywood's biggest night just wrapped, but the Oscars aren't just about movies. They're a lifeline for local businesses too. Samantha Masunaga and Sandra McDonald report on the small businesses that rely on this star-studded event. For over 20 years, Mark's Garden in Sherman Oaks has created the Oscars' iconic floral displays. For owner Michael Unkefer, this job is more than just prestige. It's about survival after losing business to the recent wildfires. Limo services, hotels, stylists, caterers, and security teams all depend on Oscars week. With over 1,000 workers behind the scenes, this event remains a powerhouse for Hollywood and the local economy. Underneath the glamour, the Oscars keep the industry moving. YouTube just turned 20, and it looks like it's officially winning the streaming wars. Company Town senior editor Ryan Faulkner says YouTube beats Netflix, Disney, and Amazon when it comes to total viewing time. In January, it made up nearly 11% of all TV watching in the US, and it's still growing. Most people watch for free, which means massive ad revenue, and YouTube just pulled in a record $10.5 billion in a single quarter. But being the new TV means old TV problems. A recent carriage dispute almost took CBS, Nickelodeon, and other channels off YouTube TV. With AI and short-form content on the rise, YouTube's dominance is only getting stronger. That's all for today's entertainment stories. I'm Angelica Coronado. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more.
A big connection point for me was when I was actually reading the book. There's a part in the book that isn't in the show ultimately, but she's trying to communicate in Korean and she doesn't really have the language skills to get across what she's trying to say. And she feels like she's falling short, even though it's not really her fault. It's a situation that could have been controlled. And I really resonated with that. Korean is my third language, so I don't feel super comfortable whenever I'm speaking it, and it felt very real to me.
A conversation we've had in so many different facets of life is about representation and how much that matters. Ji Young, X-Pac, a very diverse cast there, as well as Hwa and the Sympathizer and Nora as well, and Quiz Lady. Ji Young, are you seeing that we're taking steps in the right direction when it comes to representation culturally?
What was really interesting about doing this show in Hong Kong, specifically for me being Korean American, is going to Hong Kong where I don't have a cultural connection to. But there's a scene in episode 1 where a lot of the Hong Kongers try and speak to Mercy in Cantonese. And she has to explain that she's Korean. And I had that experience almost every single day. And unlike, I think Mercy was a little annoyed by it, but I thought it was really special because I grew up in the middle of the US in a very white neighborhood. And my experience growing up in America has been people assuming I don't belong before people assuming I do. And that was so unique to go to Hong Kong and for people to assume that I was from there and to be a little perplexed when I revealed that I wasn't. There's a lot you don't know. When I came here last year, I was so lonely, and I met this family on a boat. I really liked them, especially the kids. The mother invited me out one night to help her watch them. I think, and what was special was also building the language. I'd love to hear about your experience with this too, but Korean is my third language. I did not grow up speaking it at home. So building that for the show, and for me and Hiri, who plays my mother, we worked with a translator to build the character, and I purposely wanted Mercy to not be the best at Korean, because I think she uses it more as a weapon than as a tool of communication. And I think to be able to be given the space to do that, especially because Lulu's Expats has maybe 6 languages in the show, she's directing a lot in languages she doesn't speak. And she was letting a lot of the actors, and like Ruby Ruiz as well, and Amlin Pardania, come in and say, hey, you know, like, this makes sense in English, but doesn't make sense in Tagalog. And it was a lot of making sure we got it right. And that's new and cool and exciting.
Well, I'll go to you, Juan. She mentioned, just talking about the languages and your experience.
And like, I guess, just coming back to the idea of, representing different voices, and it's that whole idea of like there's 360 degrees to a circle. And a lot of the times we're only getting about 10 of those degrees, and there's a full spectrum of perspectives that we're missing on the very same topic. And a lot of those times we're not shining a light on those very ideas. And, more than just reflecting it back to us and hearing these stories that are different to us, it just gives us a bigger understanding of things that are happening every day that we're not used to seeing, that hopefully allows other people to, I don't know, reflect, rethink things, hopefully for a better, more cohesive society is a great goal. It's not, it's not the purpose of it, but it helps it, definitely. And so finding myself doing something like this, and then even again, Vietnamese isn't my first language. I had to relearn it because I didn't really speak it growing up. Cho nên gánh lon tao, cho nên giúp con. Toàn bộ nhân sự cảnh sát mặt nè, đảng quy trình hôm nay đó, tao chụp lại nó. And then, they put me into a 2-week crash course of just trying to, from like a kindergarten level, just to read and write and to spell, learn grammar. I had a basic understanding of it because I heard it from my parents, but I just never spoke it. And then building that ability to just recognize and read off the page again was, it felt like to me I was discovering a part of myself that has always been there, but I've never felt confident enough to reach in to be proud about. And so to speak those words for the first time in a certain way in a show, even to castmates, even to the language consultants, felt like, oh my God, this is a part of me that I haven't been proud to show. And in a weird way, it's like almost a part of even cultures, growing up in Australia, that sometimes people aren't proud to see, but it's nice to be able to see it on TV once in a while.
I mean, I would say I'm really proud of both of you guys' project and what it does to shift like that kind of like ever-growing landscape, But I think that it does come down to what you were saying, like diversity is the illusion of representation. It's the illusion, but there's no self-growth, there's no self-questioning, there's no substance, there's no material. There also isn't any experience with the self, right? You're just belong in a kind of a lineup of different people. Whereas like you're being asked to really explore in yourself, to explore in your cultures, and that could be relearning your native language, or like, have been doing a story that for like Quiz Movie could have been written for any other race, right? Like, we didn't want to make it specific in certain things. I think that's the full spectrum of it, and also the ability to fail, the capital risk of failing. So how much bigger is our risk versus a movie that doesn't have Asian Americans? It's just a simple movie. Why do we then, we don't want that to be taken away from us, just because we want the opportunity to fail, And I think that it just keeps growing, especially in the last 8 years since Crazy Rich Asians. It's so different now, and I think it's ultimately a really good thing.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say that he was very sympathetic, and I would say conflicted and hopeful. There are only 3. I could keep going, but it's a complex character in a complex time, But I think at the core of the captain, he's just a guy who's trying to find the light. He's trying to do the right thing for his people, for his friends, for the things that he loves, and he gets caught up having to be tested with his loyalties and his allegiances, yeah.
I'm Dakota Fanning, and this is the LA Times Envelope Roundtable.
What do you guys make of the whole sensation? Did you do? It was so
How are you with quantum mechanics?
Welcome to another episode of the Envelope Podcast.
And I'm here today with Nava Mao.
True Detective Night Country is maybe your biggest, most high-profile project.
That element of fashion, of just something new in the Wheel of Time season 2. So go for it.
And that'll do it for this week's episode of The Envelope.
I knew that it must be a pretty wild kind of feeling being in a Chippendales club, and so I had that kind of idea or that sort of impression going into making Welcome to Chippendales, but I was not prepared for the days when we were in studio with like 100, 150 background actors who just lost their minds when our strippers did their thing. It was extraordinary. And even when they were miming to, the strippers doing their thing, when they, you have to be silent, we'd finish that, they'd be like, and then we'd finish the take and they'd be like, ah, just like lose their minds. So it was a revelation to us when we were shooting what happens when you put a big group of people in a room and have strippers in front of them. There's some sort of like thing that happens that is indescribable until you're actually there witnessing it.
I wanted to jump over to Welcome to Chip. It's insane. That story is, and it is a true story.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, did you know anything about that story before you jumped into it?
No, I just thought it was a pack of Fabios dancing, to great 80s music,
You're really getting the roles.
Right?
Yeah,
I know. I've been very, very lucky. But yeah, no, I had no idea that there was this really sort of dark underworld, a sort of understory, I guess, to the Chippendales.
Here's the thing I don't get, Steve. I get killing me. I mean, I don't get it, but I get it. You were jealous. I was taking your spotlight, your money, standard stuff. But those dancers in London, come on.
Which was what made it so sort of captivating for me, I guess, because it's the Chippendales, and it's the 70s and 80s. It's fun and it's like wild and it has this really dark underbelly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
really incredible.
Had you done any like dance or anything like that?
Not really. I
Okay.
see myself more as a mover.
Yeah,
not
totally.
really a
Yeah,
dancer,
yeah. Have you done
That's what's on your resume.
I don't remember. Exactly. Yeah.
Movement.
I did a musical. I worked for a moving company.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Movement.
I did a musical a long time ago and I was up the back, so I could, make
Yeah.
it look like I was moving.
Okay.
See?
Yeah. Oh, that you are a mover.
But this, right, yeah. But my feet were like planted, like you didn't,
Yeah, it's
no
all-
movement
it's
down
all in
there.
the hips.
Yeah. But I had to, I had to look like I was a choreographer, and which was, I mean, it's one of the wonderful things. I think it can be terrifying and challenging sometimes, but to learn a new skill or to lean into something that you've always wanted to lean into.
Yeah. Like, what's the weirdest skill you've ever learned?
Yeah.
Good question.
Oh, weirdest.
That is a good
that's a
question.
good
What's the
question.
weirdest skill? Oh, I have one.
of an
Go.
I had to paint cockroaches in a film
Whoa! What?
with nail polish.
Live ones?
Live
Oh,
cockroaches
no.
with like animal safe nail polish.
Nope.
And I had to practice.
Oh,
So I think
my-
that's a skill
No. That is a real skill.
that I have.
That is horrifying.
So there's a way to hold them.
Yes.
I had a wrangler, and you have to hold them like in a really in a specific way that's like gentle, and then you have to, I forget now, but I was.
Yours is way better than mine.
What's
I,
yours?
well, I had to go to medical training to do getting on. So I can take your blood pressure. I know how to.
That's useful. That's
Yeah, I know how to do things like that. And then when I did a series called Claws on TNT, I did learn how to do nails, and I can thread eyebrows with the thread.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
And so we had to learn how to do that. But fun fact, when I was in Getting On, originally my character smoked. I've never smoked a day in my life. I was so terrible at it that they cut it completely out of the thing because I look like somebody who like I don't even know how to do it. And so now the grips, everybody is crowded around trying to teach me how to smoke. It was just bad. And they were,
That's not a skill you needed.
I know, right? I'm Niecy Nash Betts from Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, and you're watching the LA Times Envelope Limited Series Roundtable.
Careful.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An AD who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for
It
me?
needs a little bit of work, but
No.
I forgot your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
I think Taryn and I would decompress and kind of cut the acidity of the show by just making each other laugh, just cracking each other up, being really sarcastic. I would try to tickle them or fight them sometimes, and singing. We sang a lot. Taryn and I would sing like the songs from the Muppet Christmas Carol. True story.
How much did that sort of mess you up playing such a messed up person? I don't know how else to put that.
I think when I was doing it, I didn't think it was that. I don't know. When you're really close to it and you're doing it, I don't know that, for me, I don't know that I was feeling it. I did have a moment where I watched the whole show. I binged it in Dennis Lehane's basement. He has a little movie theater. Because I wanted to know what we made, obviously, and you have to speak intelligently about it when you're doing press. So I watched it, and I really liked the show, but at the end, there's a moment in episode 6 between me and Taryn, and I didn't recognize, it's hard to say this because it sounds like some actor BS, but I didn't recognize myself fully, and so seeing me doing something that scares me a little bit, and knowing that I'm the person who manufactured that moment, so it has to be a piece of me.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm a magician, it's still me up there.
What if someone could send the locations of the girls to the authorities, anonymously?
What?
They just did. Then the families would know. They would have that.
But why should they have that? That was upsetting, and I cried and called my therapist and my sponsor, and I had to kind of just talk through it. And I think it was just that what we concluded was you get emotional because you don't like the idea that you could be capable of anything he did, and you're watching yourself on screen.
Yeah.
Wow.
The same thing with BlacKkKlansman. I played a racist piece of shit in the Spike Lee movie, and there are moments where you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that, but it helps when you have a good environment of people that support you even when you're doing those things.
Yeah.
And doing Dahmer,
I'm
Evan stayed in his process the entire time. So there was no disconnect after the scene to be like,
let's go get a
go to
quesadilla.
dinner tonight, or how your mama and them doing. There was none of that. So for me, I couldn't stay in it, and so I'm recently married, and My better half would know, like, the days that I have to go to work and do a thing, would always make sure I was properly received when I got home. That's number one. Number two, my baby girl played my real life daughter played my daughter in the Dahmer series. Wow. So when kids are young like that, they don't really have the bandwidth for the emotional weight that we're bringing. And I'm over in the corner with tears in my eyes, and she's like, "Hey, Mom, want to do a TikTok?" And so she was just joy. Yes. And then the other gift that I had was that at the same time while I was filming Dahmer, I was also filming a Reno 911 movie.
Oh, the
So
best.
I would go back and forth, then back and forth, then back and forth, so I could take it off and put it back on, and take it off and put it back on. It was the only way to make it. And and I've also been in places where I've had jobs that will offer you a crisis counselor.
Really?
You know, when I did When They See Us for Ava DuVernay, the story about the Central Park Five, that work was, you felt gutted at the end of the day. And you know, tequila can only do so much.
That's it.
And you say, I need to talk to somebody, because every day it was hard. We didn't have light days in the work. You know what I mean? Same with Evan doing Jeff Dahmer. No light days on that set. So you have to, for me, I had to find it somewhere.
Yes. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
This is an exciting time for me. I'm thin, I'm in my 30s. It is crazy. Most of my adult life, I heard this constant internal monologue. Jim, you gotta stop eating. Jim, you gotta control your impulses. And now I know all I needed was a weekly shot that killed all the passion inside of me.
The title of it, The Skinny, and the way that you get into the material, obviously you've had a transformation. What inspired you to kind of like make a change or become Slim Jim?
Yeah, I wish there was some romantic story surrounding it, but it really came down to my doctor kind of brought it up. She was like, "You could do this." You know, she's like, "I noticed you've gained a fair amount of weight, and you know, just the wear and tear of doing exercise. Like during the 90s, I was working out twice a day to be thin. And then once I had kids, I was desperately trying to find time to work out. And then it just got to a point where my knees didn't work and all this. So she more or less said, "You can try these appetite suppressants." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." But I didn't have an expectation it would work. Because even for me, when I was working out twice a day, like I tried to have a joke where I was like, I need to work out a lot just to look like someone who doesn't work out.
There isn't a time in history when I think I would have been useful. Even in initial civilization, we need someone to gather water, someone to build housing. Jim, how could you help? I could make fun of those people.
I wanted to ask, you've had this long career. Is there a piece of advice or some moment in your comedy career that you're thankful for, that you got at a certain time where you really needed it?
I remember there was a moment where Dave Attell, who was a great comedian, when he more or less, communicated to me that he thought I was funny. And that was huge, like those, because otherwise you're just dealing with just enormous amounts of rejection. And he's not like Mr. Lovey-dovey kind of like, I want to make sure everyone's okay. He's a very sweet guy, but So like that's a big one. I would say also probably the most significant one was coming to a realization that, which sounds corny, that you have to enjoy the process and not get concerned with the outcome, because this perception business is truly bizarre. But like also as a comedian, and I love acting, but as a comedian, I can create and find that creative fulfillment, get the immediate feedback from that. And that is so empowering and kind of reassuring to a creative person. Like, it's like you can publish a story and get feedback. As an actor, there are so many things that have to line up for you even to get a job. And so I would say the realization that I had control over some of my creative, I don't know what the term would be, my kind of creative happiness is pretty huge.
This is not sustainable. This is the drug. This is like 99% Big Pharma, 1% Little Jim. This is an exciting time for me. I'm thin, I'm in my 30s. It is crazy. Most of my adult life, I heard this constant internal monologue. Jim, you gotta stop eating. Jim, you gotta control your impulses. And now I know all I needed was a weekly shot that killed all the passion inside of me.
The title of it, The Skinny, and the way that you get into the material, obviously you've had a transformation. What inspired you to kind of like make a change or become Slim Jim?
Yeah, I wish there was some romantic story surrounding it, but it really came down to my doctor kind of brought it up. She was like, you could do this. She's like, I noticed you've gained a fair amount of weight and just the wear and tear of doing exercise. Like during the 90s, I was working out twice a day to be thin. And then once I had kids, I was desperately trying to find time to work out. And then it just got to a point where my knees didn't work and all this. So she more or less said, you can try these appetite suppressants. And I'm like, yeah, sure. But I didn't have an expectation it would work. Because even for me, when I was working out twice a day, like I tried to have a joke where I was like, I need to work out a lot just to look like someone who doesn't work out. And so I was pleasantly surprised when it worked.
There isn't a time in history when I think I would have been useful. Even in initial civilization, we need someone to gather water, someone to build housing. Jim, how could you help? I could make fun of those people.
So it's kind of cool to see you popping up on SNL, Tim Walz, and like, obviously being with Jerry and stuff. Like, it's been, a pretty big era for you. Let's say it's great. Like, you're getting smaller, but you're getting bigger. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, that's funny, yeah. Yeah, no, doing those shows with Jerry is, I never had an expectation that would happen. And some of it is, the real special thing for me is that Jerry is this, I always call him kind of a robot, because he has such a clear and concise view and philosophy on stand-up and comedy that, so when you talk to him, you feel like you're talking to like Aristotle in kind of a, he's kind of like, no, this is, there's the distractions of, he's kind of like a stoic, right? Of like, no, you work on the control of the material. You don't get caught up in what the trend is of the moment. You work on evolving your act and your writing, and it's very substance. Like I was like, why don't we call our tour Substance? And he was like, that's a dumb idea. Just because that's kind of the intention behind, I think a similar intention behind both of our approaches to stand-up is it's hopefully substance, rather than flash or hearing some story of us eating with some celebrity. I mean, working on SNL just for that 5-week run was such a great opportunity to just kind of go with the flow. Like even getting that opportunity, I didn't really have an expectation when I was in the running that it would fall my way, just because I've come close numerous times in the past, and I'm very grateful for everything that's happened. But usually, like those close ones, like whenever I audition for a Jim Gaffigan type, I never get it. The SNL experience was so surreal because it's like I never auditioned for SNL. I was presented an opportunity to audition to be a writer, but I was so kind of like, I want to be an actor. And so I was resistant, but the opportunity to be in that orbit of this, in some ways, this last vestige of kind of American live television, that still exists with its impracticalities. You know what I mean? As we see so much of the TV landscape change, Saturday Night Live is still there, and there's no real replicating it. I mean, obviously In Living Color was amazing, but like what SNL's done for 50 years is insane. Right. So even when we were there and I'm sitting in a room with Dana Carvey, or you look out and you see John Lovitz or Chris Rock, it's just bizarre. So gaining access to that is really an amazing thing.
This is not sustainable. This is the drug. This is like 99% Big Pharma, 1% Little Jim.
Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Let's take a look at today's top entertainment stories. Hollywood's biggest night just wrapped, but the Oscars aren't just about movies. They're a lifeline for local businesses too. Samantha Masunaga and Sandra McDonald report on the small businesses that rely on this star-studded event. For over 20 years, Mark's Garden in Sherman Oaks has created the Oscars' iconic floral displays. For owner Michael Unkefer, this job is more than just prestige. It's about survival after losing business to the recent wildfires. Limo services, hotels, stylists, caterers, and security teams all depend on Oscars week. With over 1,000 workers behind the scenes, this event remains a powerhouse for Hollywood and the local economy. Underneath the glamour, the Oscars keep the industry moving. YouTube just turned 20, and it looks like it's officially winning the streaming wars. Company Town senior editor Ryan Faulkner says YouTube beats Netflix, Disney, and Amazon when it comes to total viewing time. In January, it made up nearly 11% of all TV watching in the US, and it's still growing. Most people watch for free, which means massive ad revenue, and YouTube just pulled in a record $10.5 billion in a single quarter. But being the new TV means old TV problems. A recent carriage dispute almost took CBS, Nickelodeon, and other channels off YouTube TV. With AI and short-form content on the rise, YouTube's dominance is only getting stronger. That's all for today's entertainment stories. I'm Angelica Coronado. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more.
Hey, I'm Paul Walter Hauser from the show Blackbird, and these are some very important questions. People have asked your co-stars for their Larry Hall impression. Time for your payback. Give us your best impression of one of them. This is Taron Egerton when he thinks that a scene isn't working. I'm sorry. I just don't think it's working. I don't think it's working. No, there's something not off. There's something wrong. That's Taron. Who was your best smelling co-star? God, I'm trying to not be compared to Larry Hall. Smelling people doesn't help my case. Who was your best smelling co-star? Probably one of the ladies. Men often don't smell good. Who would win in an arm wrestling match? You or Taron Egerton? Taron Egerton by a mile. But mid-arm wrestling match, I think I would make him laugh and I could maybe distract him. I could throw him off. Be honest, do you read reviews? Yes, I do read reviews. And I respect all of them unless... What have you stolen from set? The hearts of all who work with me. Next. Do you ever accidentally slip into Larry Hall's voice off set? No, I don't. I don't desire to do that. Good God. I do the voice to scare my wife once in a while. You know, we'll be making love and suddenly I'll start doing the voice. I'm kidding.
How about chicken drumsticks? Just 69 cents a pound. And USDA choice beef shoulder clad steak or roast, just $3.99 a pound. We think it's all of the above. Super King Markets, host of International Foods.
Today, Black and Hispanic populations face higher obesity rates, which can lead to a higher prevalence of related conditions such as type 2 diabetes. We've got to work together to change those statistics.
I'm Jeremy Strong. I'm told that these are very important questions. Are you able to appreciate how huge the show is, or is it too soon for you? Yeah, it's hard for me to feel that or take it in. I think I'm aware of it. It's wonderful. Now that it's over, I think I can let myself take that in a little more. It's not something that was useful for me or would serve me when we were making the show to think about it in that way. So I'm not. I have protected myself from that awareness pretty successfully. You know, it beyond any of our wildest imaginings that it reached audiences the way it did and sort of penetrated into the zeitgeist in such a, you know, what feels like a serious way. What is my favorite instance where Logan Roy tells Kendall to F off? Oh, man. I don't know if I have a favorite instance of it. It was not something I ever particularly enjoyed. I guess the one that was most impactful for me was when we are having dinner, when they are having dinner, I'm done with the show, when they are having dinner in Italy and Kendall tells his father, "You've won because you're corrupt and so is the world," which I think is one of the greatest lines ever written in the show. It's what the show is about, really, in a nutshell. And at the end of that meal, where Kendall expresses his wish to get out and be free of all of it, and he tells his father, "I'm better than you," his father says that to him and invokes what happened with the waiter at the end of season 1. And that was the most piercing time that he used it, because I think Kendall was trying to assert some kind of at least ethical dominance over his father, if he hasn't been able to dominate his father, and his father just levels him. Very important question. Do I follow the social reactions to the show each week? I'm afraid I don't. I kind of live under a rock, and I tried to stay away from it. What you hope most of all is that what you do or what you're trying to do will have an effect on people, and everything that we do as actors is to try and invest ourselves and give ourselves to serve the audience ultimately, so that it might be alive for the audience, it might connect with an audience. So I do pass a lot of people on the street or in elevators or parking garages or supermarkets or whatever, and when someone expresses that the show touched them somehow or something resonated with them, I find that incredibly meaningful. But the internet I find to be a tricky place, and there's a lot of, it's an arena where people can express a lot, but it's also an arena where there's a lot of judgment. What you do as an actor is you try and do something very unprotected so that you can give it to the audience, and so I'm not really interested in knowing about what kind of judgment that's met with. Your job as an actor is never to judge. You have to empathize with the character and find a way to understand them. And so I guess I think in the social media space, a little less judgment and a little more empathy and understanding would be better for everybody all around. What is the most ridiculous rumor you've ever heard about yourself? There is a British children's book author, also named Jeremy Strong, who I'm rumored to be, and I might be. What would you be doing if you weren't in this business? I don't really have an answer to that. Like, there is no other version of my life, which is probably why I've had to persist and do this. I've wanted to do this since I was a kid, and it's the only thing I ever felt meant for and called to do. So if I weren't lucky enough to be standing here doing this and doing this work, I'm not sure what I'd be doing. I'd be trying to do this. What have you stolen from set? Oh, I plead the fifth so many times I can't even tell you.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Let's take a look at today's top entertainment stories. Hollywood's biggest night just wrapped, but the Oscars aren't just about movies. They're a lifeline for local businesses too. Samantha Masunaga and Sandra McDonald report on the small businesses that rely on this star-studded event. For over 20 years, Mark's Garden in Sherman Oaks has created the Oscars' iconic floral displays. For owner Michael Unkefer, this job is more than just prestige. It's about survival after losing business to the recent wildfires. Limo services, hotels, stylists, caterers, and security teams all depend on Oscars week. With over 1,000 workers behind the scenes, this event remains a powerhouse for Hollywood and the local economy. Underneath the glamour, the Oscars keep the industry moving. YouTube just turned 20, and it looks like it's officially winning the streaming wars. Company Town senior editor Ryan Faulkner says YouTube beats Netflix, Disney, and Amazon when it comes to total viewing time. In January, it made up nearly 11% of all TV watching in the US, and it's still growing. Most people watch for free, which means massive ad revenue, and YouTube just pulled in a record $10.5 billion in a single quarter. But being the new TV means old TV problems. A recent carriage dispute almost took CBS, Nickelodeon, and other channels off YouTube TV. With AI and short-form content on the rise, YouTube's dominance is only getting stronger. That's all for today's entertainment stories. I'm Angelica Coronado. Don't forget to subscribe to the LA Times to read these stories and more.
Right here with you is where I wanna be.
Hi, I'm Angelica Coronado here at LA Times Studios. Let's take a look at today's top food stories from the Los Angeles Times. In need for a little sweet treat? The LA Times food section's got you covered. Senior food editor Danielle Dorsey highlights 10 Black-owned spots to help satisfy your sweet tooth. The lineup includes Cali Love Pie in Harvard Heights, a dessert shop for cheesecake lovers, where the owner blends his grandmother's recipe in a variety of desserts. There's also a gourmet cobbler factory in Pasadena, famous for its catering-sized trays of peach cobbler. Another standout includes the famous red velvet cake from Miss Ruby's Bakery in Inglewood. You won't want to miss the full breakdown.
Speaker, the President of the United States.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. Six weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Go. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. and our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program, $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229 one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax cuts. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it, a very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Akin Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Akin was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Akin was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Akin's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Akin's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Akin-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Akin Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as you can be under those circumstances. Their child brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk, to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty, and it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.